our salads to us. Our salad, yeah. Our salad. What you do? Well, okay, so we put our salads on, and dinner was taken. I am. I opened it up. Dark. So I'm not granddaughter. Came down the table. Went through with no punch on that. It through. I did the second two. And I felt it. Put it on the plate. I started. Yeah, I said, everybody don't eat the candy on next. Some can't. No, so. Yep. So I drink tea, I drink water, I drink coffee. Okay, so I did it, literally. Not just once, but twice. Oh, yeah, and I don't take girl bites. I probably did. But like I had my finger like that. I did all the way down my hand. And I went like that, like I said, I bit it, and then I chewed. Oh, so somebody. There's only one other person. Oh, he cracked up. So afterwards, when who was in front of me? Who put salt on a food cake? I could see it was on the little counter over there. Yes. That might. The water bowl. Yeah. Oh, it was hilarious. It was hilarious because, like I said, it was sitting there next to my plate and everything, and I'm looking around. And okay, what else I can eat? I already had bread. I already had the salad. I already had, and then I seen my chocolate covered Oreo there, and I said, "Cool." No, see, that's the great. I've never done that. Oh, I did. And there you go, huh? Andres, are we the only one that got the memo that it's closed session today?
No, they're here.
Oh.
See, Bob's here.
Let's see.
Good. Come down.
Good, feeling good, feeling good. I don't like.
Yeah, we all need to do that. You better leave that. Hey, girl. Really? You thought I was going to be hungry during the meeting? Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, and the time is 5 p.m. I will now call to order the meeting of the Victorville City Council, the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. The city has as housing asset successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez is absent. Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Introduction of public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okie dokie. Mr. DeBernowski, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We have one item this evening for closed session. It is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. And the position title is the city manager. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Okie dokie. We are now in recess to closed session, and open session will resume at 6 p.m. Better quit talking to yourself. See how 1 and 2 go. Whether we do it.
You know what the line? You know what the line?
Hello, everybody, and welcome. If you're going to do a public comment on any of the items, can you get your cards in so we can get started? Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, and the time is 6 p.m. The regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as a housing asset successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez is absent. Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Here.
We have quorum.
Mr. DeBronowski, can you please announce closed session?
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We had one closed session this evening. It was a employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. The position was the city manager, and at this point, there is no reportable action with respect to that item.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do the invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be led by Jairo Gaviria from the Calvary Chapel, Victorville, and our pledge will be led by Lieutenant Mark Bracco. You could please stand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Romans 13:1 reads, "Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God." Let's pray. Father God, thank you for the opportunity to pray here in front of Victorville City Council. Because your word is truth, we thank you for placing each board member here this evening. We thank you for giving them a servant's heart to serve this city and its many residents within their jurisdiction. Lord, we ask for your guidance and presence to fill this room so that decisions can be made morally, justly, and unselfishly. Lord, I pray that knowing you are in complete control of all things in this meeting, that whatever happens here tonight, you will be glorified. We ask all these things in Jesus' name, knowing that you will meet us here to answer these prayers according to your word and your timing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Jairo Gaviria. If I can have everyone face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance and place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 2 revisions to the agenda this evening. The first revision is to agenda item number 2. It's revising draft ordinance number 2450, attachment A, correcting an inadvertent typographical error in subsection 16-3.07.015B4V of the draft ordinance from section 16-3.07.015B2 III to subsection 16-3.07.015B4 III on page 28 of 35. The second revision to the agenda this evening is for agenda item number 21. It's revising the fiscal impact section, increasing the annual services agreement's total amount from $25,039,617.18 to $25,059,617.18. It's also revising the discussion section, annual services provider agreement, Harrison Associates, to include Community Revitalization Investment Authority services for the Planning Department at $20,000. Updating the total annual services agreement amount from $25,039,617.18 to $25,059,617.18. It's revising attachment A, Department Planning, to include Harrison Associates Community Revitalization Investment Authority in the amount of $20,000 with associated project coding and funding source. Madam Mayor, that concludes the revisions to the agenda this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, are there any conflict of interest to declare? No, ma'am. None? Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures in Government Code Section 54957.9 and 54957.95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, provided those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allotted for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment on public hearing items may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing a particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Our first general public comment speaker is Nicole Orr and Regina Bell.
Thank you.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Regina and I are here this evening to recognize Councilwoman Leslie Irving and her partnership with Providence St. Mary Medical Center and the County of San Bernardino with a purpose to serve our community. The Councilwoman, as you all well know, is a servant of the people, clearly demonstrated in her engagement with much community work as a special education teacher as well. Her partnership with us is very fitting because at Providence St. Mary, our community hospital has a mission to serve all, especially the poor and vulnerable. And we do also want to mention today and celebrate that we were recently designated a level 4 trauma center and approved for medical residency to bring new doctors to the area in 2025. That is transformative work and your support is part of it. So, in honor of transformation and in service, please accept our heartfelt thanks to Councilmember Irving, Mayor Becerra, and Council in the City of Victorville for your commitment to our healing ministry and support for our COVID prevention campaign called Our Health, Our High Desert. We bring with us tonight a small gift to recognize her contributions to the campaign, and she included her own heartfelt words about her why. And for all of you at the dais, we did include a bag with Our Health, Our High Desert campaign information inside, including information about our trauma and medical residency and our work to make sure that our community stays healthy through pandemic and beyond. Thank you.
Well, thank you. If you'd like to go down and receive it, go ahead. I get to say a word. Go ahead.
Good.
I just want to say thank you very much. My participation in this effort comes from the heart. I care about the welfare of Victorville, especially our educational, our social and emotional, and our health. So thank you so much, and it was a pleasure to participate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine Montez on a non-agendized item.
Good evening. I'm Christine Montez, a client of the Wellness Center. I was told at HDSH that my car would be fixed. When I relocated to the Wellness Center, they told me they would be assisting me with fixing my car and reinstated. I filled out the paperwork to get my car fixed. I was told there was a grant that would be received to help the homeless fix our cars. It's been months now, still no car fixed, and I am being kicked out of the Wellness Center on July 24th with a pacemaker, and I am down for 8 weeks, and I will have no car, no place to live. What will happen to my car, and can I take my car with me because it's not running? The Wellness Center gave me 6 months to get it together. Everyone knows it would take at least 1 year to get it together for the homeless to be established. So by being kicked out, how many will relapse onto the street? The Wellness Center, Hope the Mission, and Simba gave me the heart attack at the facility, which caused me to have a pacemaker put in. I wasn't expecting, and asked the caseworker if I was a liability, and she said she could neither deny or confirm the accusations. I was told, and I am down to 2 months or more, and I'm being exited on July 24th, and no car due to the fact it's not running. Sean Smith had the right idea, but the wrong concept, and it was all wrong. Hope the Mission was wrong with its fit with Simba and with all the employees that have been fired or quit. Nettie played a good game, but did not live up to the promises she made the clients. The Wellness Center put on a good dog and pony show, in my opinion, but the clients were guinea pigs to make the Wellness Center look good. I'm through.
That's it. Thank you. If you could leave your name and your number with our clerk. Your name and your number with our clerk, is it on her card?
Not her number. If you would like to add your number, then I can. Our next speaker is Chanel Green on a non-agendized item. Chanel Green?
We'll come back.
Madam Mayor, there are no additional speakers for general public comment. However, we did receive one public comment via email today that was sent to the council and posted to the website.
Thank you. I know we had some late arrivals. Anybody else for public comment? If you could fill out a card and then she'll.
What is your name, ma'am? I have you down for item 2. Okay.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor Becerra, City Council, and the entire diocese. I am here representing the Lions Club of Victorville. We just wanted to say thank you for the congratulatory letter that we received on our 98th anniversary celebration. It is not only the Lions Club, but also our chartered troop of 5679. Would you guys like to stand, please, so that they can? And our Lions Club. Lions Club was actually founded in June of 1917. You guys can have a seat. And so it's very appropriate that we received the letter in June and that we're here to thank you and let you know that we are here to serve the community. We have 8 global causes, and they are diabetes, they're cancer, they are youth, disaster, environment, humanitarian efforts, hunger, and vision, and disaster. So we are here to serve and just let you know that we are here to represent the city of Victorville well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And happy anniversary, yeah? That's a good, happy anniversary. Thank you. Okay. Okay, no other speakers? Our first business in order is public hearings, vacation of Green Tree Boulevard Express right-of-way and CEQA determination. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves real estate directly associated with the now extended Green Tree Boulevard easterly towards Apple Valley and over the railroad tracks. And is a function of traditional parcel mapping process that began back in 1980 and perfected in 1989. Certain right-of-ways were granted to the city to ultimately facilitate the right-of-way needs to support construction. And so with that, at the time, it was based upon a potential vision as to where the right-of-way was, but the actual need for right-of-way wasn't determined ultimately until we actually got through the design phase of the project, which was many, many years later. And so now, fast forward, being to the point that we've actually constructed the project, the subject property that we're talking about here was actually necessary during the course of construction, and it was actually used for construction staging. However, now that construction's over, it's been determined that the actual right-of-way that's subject to this item is no longer necessary, and in certain subject to certain subdivision map act requirements in cases where property is not needed that was originally granted to a city as right-of-way, it reverts back to the underlying property owner. So effectively, this item does that. It grants back the property that's no longer necessary for right-of-way purpose, and the property could ultimately, as it reverts, be used as developable property into the future. And so with that, this item has been authored by your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla, and he's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing to consider the vacation of portions of roadway easements on Green Tree Boulevard, hear evidence offered by persons interested in the vacation, find the vacation not subject to environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15060C2 and 15060C3, and adopt Resolution Number 24-047, vacating the easement dedications as described and depicted by the exhibits attached thereto, and ordering the recordation of the same subject to the prior satisfactions of conditions requiring replacement access.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we're going to do technical questions from the council member. Councilmember Irving?
I don't really have any questions, just clarification. The property owners requested this, is that correct? And we see that as possible.
It was property owner requested, actually was requested some time ago, actually, at a time that was actually during the course of construction. It was actually asked that it be done much sooner, but because it served an actual need for the construction is why we couldn't process this earlier. But now that we're complete and closed out, certainly appropriate at this time.
Very good, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
No questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. This time, I'll open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
I'll now close the public hearing and invite a motion for this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 and 4, with points 1 and 2 already having been disposed.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Jones, any comments?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments, thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve points 3 and 4 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item number 2, an amendment to the Victorville Municipal Code with an environmental exemption, making various changes pertaining to the regulation and inspection of retail establishments that sell alcohol and tobacco for off-site consumption. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As a function of what this council has asked of staff, and that's to pursue a more proactive code enforcement effort as a means to help clean up the community. Among other things, staff has been working on our municipal code and updating our municipal code relating more so to the local sales of alcohol and tobacco that are intended for off-site consumption, along with reviewing our inspection process and having a much more tidy inspection process to certify businesses actually conducting business consistent with our regulations. And so with that, we've, as staff, presented to the Planning Commission and did so on May 8th, where the Planning Commission recommended ultimately bringing this item forward to you. As you can see, it's a very voluminous and technical subject matter, certainly elicited a lot of conversation at the Planning Commission level. To try to make it brief and much more digestible, we do have a brief presentation that'll actually be led by our Assistant City Planner, Mr. Alex Haddigy, and he'd like to queue up a presentation and go a little bit deeper at a high level so that you understand what this code amendment involves.
So you could use mine. Put you on the spot.
It'll be coming up in just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is to give an overview of proposed ordinance number 2450. This addresses regulation and inspection of alcohol and tobacco sales establishments. To go a little bit into the ordinance history, ordinance number 2299 was approved in 2013, this ordinance prohibited the single-serve alcoholic beverages throughout the city of Victorville. In 2014, ordinance number 2324 was adopted, which tightened off-site alcohol regulations and prohibited liquor stores within 600 feet of residences and schools. In 2015, ordinance number 2339 was adopted, and this added tobacco product and paraphernalia requirements. Prior to 2013, alcoholic beverages standards were focused on sites within over-concentrated areas or within 300 feet of residential property with no operating standards required. Inasmuch as the noted ordinances were not implemented retroactively, this leaves 52 businesses within the city not subject to any compliance inspections or operating standards. To review the basis of the amendment, there's a lack of compliance monitoring process. There's no established process to ensure Victorville Municipal Code compliance. This leads to ongoing non-compliance with established operating standards and public nuisances such as illegal sales of alcohol and tobacco, loitering, graffiti, etc. Additionally, new state laws, specifically Senate Bill 793 and Assembly Bill 935, were approved by the state legislature and banned the sale of flavored tobacco throughout the state of California. Also, beginning in July of 2023, the Planning Commission reviewed an early draft of the subject proposal and the associated data and recommended that staff proceed with initiating the subject amendment. Moving into the public outreach that we've undertaken throughout this process, we've had 3 Planning Commission reviews, which included 1 new business item discussion and 2 public hearings. We've given direct notice to all impacted business owners within the city of Victorville. We've had community input, consultation with local community groups, coordination with the homeless engagement team with law enforcement, and we also engaged any business owner that requested a meeting and had sit-down meetings with them individually. With regards to public notice, it was also noticed via an 8th-page ad for each public hearing that happened. A brief overview of the amendment. The overall scope of the proposed amendment is discussed here, and as noted, it updates operating standards for new and existing businesses while implementing performance standards for non-conforming alcohol sales establishments pursuant to the California Business and Professions Code. This clearly prohibits the sale of drug paraphernalia and flavored tobacco, and it requires an annual compliance inspection. It should also be noted that single-serve alcoholic beverage sales allowances for those non-conforming businesses that currently have that allowance are maintained with this ordinance. Currently, our existing regulations that we have.
Alex, your microphone's off.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Currently, for alcohol sales, our code requires a conditional use permit for most new alcoholic beverage sales establishments. We require a finding of public convenience and necessity for over-concentrated census tracts. This has effectively prohibited the new establishment of liquor stores within over-concentrated census tracts. There are limited allowances for large retailers and fueling stations. We currently have separation standards that prohibit off-site alcoholic beverage sales in bars and nightclubs within 600 feet of sensitive land uses. Sensitive land uses would be described as things such as schools, residentially zoned property, religious institutions. We also currently have operational standards for alcohol sales establishments. These include site maintenance, operational standards, such as loitering deterrence, mitigation of alcohol-related problems, and employee training. Our code also currently prohibits the sale of drug paraphernalia. With regards to tobacco sales, current operating standards prohibit more than 10% of floor area being dedicated to tobacco sales. It also limits tobacco paraphernalia to a 2-foot by 4-foot single shelf space within that establishment, and products are required to be located behind the service counter. Sales of drug paraphernalia are also prohibited. With regards to tobacco sales, they are also prohibited as a primary use currently. They are they are permitted only as an accessory use to a permitted alcohol sales establishment. What we did with the new and updated regulations with regards to alcohol sales, we designate deemed approved establishments. These establishments are subject to previously approved CUPs, and if they don't have a CUP on file, they're required to conform with the new performance standards that requires compliance with California Business and Professions Code. This makes alcohol sales subject to initial and annual compliance inspections of the facilities and updates the required training through the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control to the Licensed Education on Alcohol and Drugs program, which is the appropriate training program for off-site sales. With tobacco sales, this requires most non-conforming tobacco retailing businesses to obtain a tobacco retailer's license. It subjects all these existing and it is subject to all. They are subject to all existing proposed operating standards, with smoke shops given limited exemptions from display area limitations, in as much as they are typically adult businesses with 18 and over requirements to enter. And we added operational standards that coordinate with those already present or proposed for alcohol retailers, including site maintenance and operational standards. These new tobacco sales also comply with state law and prohibit flavored tobacco, and they subject tobacco retailers to annual compliance inspections. As an example of the implementation for a non-conforming business and what their process would look like, they would begin with notification that was provided via certified mail to the business owner and property owner. They would be then subject to a compliance inspection within 90 days of the effective date of the ordinance if it were to pass. And they would be that would be preceded by one educational courtesy inspection. A compliance reinspection as needed would be done at 15 days from any failed inspection. And assuming the compliance inspections are passed, the business license would be updated and revised to show that that business has established deemed approved status or a tobacco retailer license. Thank you. On the conclusion of their business license update process, they would be subject to an annual inspection with a 30-day notice provided in conjunction with the business license renewal to notify the business owner of the upcoming inspection that is required annually. For new businesses, it's very similar. It would start with their entitlement via a conditional use permit, then into a business license application. Prior to the business license application issuance, they would be subject to a 30-day, minimum 30-day prior to inspection to ensure compliance. If they do fail, they are afforded another 15-day compliance reinspection before any violations are assessed. Assuming the compliance inspections are passed, they would be issued a license, again noting their deemed approved status or their tobacco retailer license status, and then they would be subject again to annual monitoring. And lastly, an implementation overview on how this would look if it were adopted. New businesses would be required to comply prior to any new business license issuance. Non-conforming businesses would be provided a 90-day compliance period from the effective date of the ordinance with proper notice, and compliant businesses would require a pass inspection. That staff would be available for any questions.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and take the following actions. Find the code amendment exempt pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act. Introduce ordinance number 2450 for adoption and first reading by title only to amend Title 16 of the Victorville Municipal Code. Waive a further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2450 and authorize city staff to seek grant funding to support the implementation of ordinance number 2450.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do technical questions from council members. Regarding this item, Councilmember Jones.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, are we going to be able, if this passes, are we going to be able to make all of the inspections needed in a timely manner?
I believe so.
Okay, and then I want to make sure that I understand this. A considered compliant business is a non-conforming business because we're required to put them into that category.
Mr. Hadige, you want to address that, please?
It's a deemed approved business because we have to make it so.
Yes, they would all initially be designated as deemed approved and have that compliance period. Once the compliance period lapses, if they don't pass their inspection, they lose that status.
All right, and there's 52 of those presently? Did I hear that correctly?
52 that do not have any current operating standards via conditional use permit.
Got it. Okay. And so I don't, so on the issue of sensitive land uses, I know that we do have some places that are close to churches and so forth. What's going to happen there?
If they're existing and non-conforming, they would be permitted to remain. That requirement, as noted, those ordinances that put those requirements in effect were not retroactive. So all those businesses that are within those distances and do not comply currently, they are permitted to maintain their operation as a non-conforming business.
And I know that there are annual inspections intended. Can there be inspections or special monitoring pursuant to community complaints?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
Actually, Council Member Jones, she asked the question. I wanted to know how you distinguish non-conforming businesses from compliant businesses, and it's those that haven't complied within the 90 days after inspection, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
How you doing, Alex? So there's 52 businesses or licenses right now that are subject to this. Did I understand that right?
Every business would be subject to this ordinance, currently operations, because we did change some things like training standards. I believe the current standard is responsible beverage service, but that's more intended for on-sale alcohol. So every alcohol business would be considered deemed approved at this point. Some of the new standards would be different for some businesses versus others. The 52 that was mentioned is the amount of businesses that currently have no operational standards and have really wide open conditional use permits that were very lightly conditioned, if any condition.
So just so I understand this, but the grocery stores are exempt, and can you go over who's exempt?
Sure. With regards to alcohol, grocery stores and large retailers over 8,000 square feet are exempt from the requirement to maintain an annual inspection. Alcohol establishments are a little unique in that they have grandfather allowances provided by the California Business and Professions Code that takes precedence over our municipal code in that case. So while they are not required to obtain a conditional use permit, if they do have a CUP, they're required to comply with that. With regards to tobacco sales, those large retailers are not required to obtain a tobacco retailer's license, and they are also not subject to annual inspections. However, those large retailers are still required to comply with the operational standards with regards to tobacco. State law gives the city more opportunities to enforce tobacco regulations than it does alcohol. So while those large retailers would not be subject to annual inspections or licensing, they would still be subject to the standards. They would still be subject to the prohibition of flavored tobacco, and they would still be subject to complaint-based inspections should we receive a complaint from the community or the public.
The 8,000 square foot threshold seems high. If an existing business that's grandfathered, if they pull a permit for T&I, a tenant improvement, do they then have to come into compliance, or are they still grandfathered?
If they substantially change their mode of operation, which would include added square footage or reduced square footage in this case, potentially they could fall into a category where they then would require a conditional use permit. The 8,000 square feet was actually a reduction from that code when it originally was written. It required 10,000 square feet. It was reduced to 8,000 square feet to accommodate some retail sizes of larger retailers that were looking at the area at the time.
And pardon me and my allergies. Next is, we're gonna seek some grant funding, and that is, in the main objective there is to assist with our manpower to orchestrate monitoring.
Absolutely. The intent of that grant is to cover staff time for inspections. These initial round of inspections on businesses that are non-compliant or deemed approved would not be charged an inspection fee, and in order to spur compliance and work with those owners to bring them into compliance. So number one, it would hopefully be intended to recoup some of those costs as we go annually. The $99 compliance inspection fee may not cover all the inspection costs that are actualized. So it could cover those costs to make up the difference. It could also be used to, and we're considering the idea of potentially looking at partnering with law enforcement to maybe add a shift to respond to complaints of loitering or graffiti and things that may be in progress. That
So
could be
the
funded by-
grant funding, because this all originated as a federal law with flavored tobacco, did it? Or am I misunderstanding?
There's bans at both level, at the state level and at the federal level.
Would that mean that we would possibly qualify for a grant, 2 grants, one federal, one state?
If there was an opportunity for additional grants, we would definitely seek those out.
Do you, how much are those grants? I mean, I'm sure you guys have already researched it. How much are those grants? What do they look like there for a dollar amount?
There's multiple millions of dollars available, and they do the grant annually. And when you apply for the grant, it can be in a 2-year term or a 3-year term. If we were to proceed forward with the grant, we're looking at a 2-year term to start to understand the ins and outs of the grant and the reporting requirements and our ability to spend that money effectively. In future years, there is allowances to reapply for the grant while you're still under a contract grant year. So potentially, if all goes well and we're able to secure the grant, then we could continue to apply annually.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, does the liquor store pay the same for a business license as per se a donut shop?
Ooh, that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, for the retail business.
So the liquor store who we're gonna be inspecting, like you said, we go back, that the $99 that we have to inspect them, that's separate from the business license?
Correct. That is a compliance inspection fee under code enforcement that's currently in our fee schedule. So, but the initial round, I'm sorry, for compliance would be free in order to spur compliance.
We need to look at, okay. Thank you.
Okay,
I-
Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Does he still have time? Sure.
So that inspection be similar to the fire department's inspections for, say, the restaurant hoods and, because.
Yeah, I know code enforcement does a FOGS inspection, a fats, oils, and grease, I believe, and it'd be similar to those inspections. Obviously, different subject matter and what they're looking for. It would be limited as we've written it to the public spaces. So that's what our code enforcement would be permitted to do. State law has some different allowances for law enforcement and ABC representatives.
Thanks, Alex.
Madam Mayor, I do have I believe I have time, I do have a question or two.
Sure. I did. Mine?
They're all
Is everybody on?
They're off.
Hello? Mike, just really quickly, since we're having a problem with this speaker, perhaps we can have Alex move over to Jennifer's.
No, ours not working either.
Oh,
How about we take a break? Wait a minute, there's one.
Mine's on now too, I think.
Test.
Turn mine. Now I need to remember my question. All right, is there, Mr. Metzler and
Hold
Howard?
on a minute, hold on. Nope, they're going in and out.
Test. Test.
Yeah, they're going in and out.
Testing.
Alex, why don't you move over to the assistant city clerk's spot? If it's working.
Ours aren't. No, mine's back on.
Hello?
Test. Test.
Okay, can I try it while we have a good minute? So, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Clerk, how much time do I have remaining?
Madam Deputy City Clerk, can you please advise?
You have 52 seconds.
Perfect. So I wanted to ask this because Member Harriman jogged my memories of some past conversations were out again. So does it record if it's not on the mic? We're back on. Reminded me of some past conversations with some very well-respected organizations in our community. Are the fees charged to places that sell alcohol that are going to be monitored and tobacco shops? Is there a way, given what is the popular belief that there's more crime in those areas, is there a way to increase fees to help offset what is considered businesses that draw in certain elements?
Our intent with the fees is to collect fees and study what the actual cost is over the first 2 years of implementation, so we can understand what it takes to recoup those fees 100%. With regards to charging a different fee to more problematic businesses, I would probably defer that perhaps to the city attorney.
Okay. And then one other thing, I know sometimes some organizations put on events and they seek I don't know the name of it. It's like a temporary alcohol permit. Does that fall into this in any way?
That would fall under our temporary use permit process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yep. At this time, so the public can be heard also, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yes, five. We'll do a 5-minute break. Recess. 5-minute break, 5-minute recess.
All right, mic check, mic check. Sounds good, sounds good. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Testing, testing, testing. Was that one good?
Mic check, 1 2 3, mic check.
Hello, hello. Testing 1 2,
Mic check.
testing 1 2.
Mic check, 1 2 3.
Demetrius, let's do one at the same time just to see if there's any issues. Got it. Ready? 1 2.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Mic check.
1 2.
Mic check, 1 2 3. You hear that background noise?
Test 1 2, test 1 2.
Mic check, 1 2 3, mic check.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 3.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3.
His is working.
Yeah, they did a reboot.
God's work in her position, and so then, me and the boys are just always like, man, we're really doing more God-fearing people, like to do the right thing, to be good stewards.
Mic test. Mic test. Mic test.
And then sometimes we get hearing things and then we get all upset about things, just get all upset about things, and then we like, okay, you guys, really, like, why are we getting upset? Is there anything that we can do to make a change, to cause change? There's nothing we can do.
Oh, that's not true.
Well,
In your first analysis,
in that moment with the family, like, whenever Victor gets like excited about something, I'm like, Daddy, honey, you're gonna get upset. So you're gonna think about it. Go, if you're so mad, why don't you just go make a poster, go stand out there, go cause change.
So you were inspired.
Right? So are you gonna do that? So then fast forward, 2022, just getting to know you guys, getting to know how Deborah and Mayor Liz, like I mentioned, when I'm interested. I think this is something I would like to do. I feel like one, I can do a really good job because from 2000 to 2010, for a lot of big parts, so about 6 years of that, I worked for cancellation. My husband and we were housed at St. Mary, and so I was the case manager, and I got to assess.
Doesn't have to be right.
Yeah. I'm gonna say.
Just wanted you to know we have 7 comment cards for this item. So you can leave it at 3 minutes, or if you want to reduce it, that's entirely up to you.
Okay. Where are we at? Is Deborah still speaking or she was done?
Let me look.
Throughout the year, and then the other ones were just, the one-time support, rent, gas, line, food, and all that.
So you have a social services
Yeah,
background.
so I do have that,
So you had given Deborah and Bob, because they had asked questions, but then that you went back to them. So I think she was done, and I think Alex had answered her question before we went on the break. So I think we were ready to move to the open and public comment.
Okay, so then here,
So then you're gonna say, after that, say, Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
Okay.
Something like that.
All right.
Because I forgot that in your script, and I was like, oh crap.
okay, got it.
Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Um, 4 minutes.
Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2, 3.
I would rate I think I can see the picture like what I can do.
so sorry. This is the only microphone I need to test.
Okay.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Thank you. You're welcome.
Did you turn up the volume or something? I think you did. Okay. So you're thinking about declaring candidacy for District 9? That's your try.
Michelle, what you doing? Everything okay?
She's doing it all over here. That's good.
Can I hit it now? We got a minute to get everybody back to their seat. Yeah. My fellow council members, you guys were done with all your questions?
I am, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay. At this time, I will open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our first speaker is Michael Grabhorn.
Yes.
If you'd like, I can move on to the next speaker and come back. Our next speaker would be Kenneth Archery.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Becerra and Victorville City Council. My name is Kenneth Archery, and I'm a member of the coalition of the Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County, and also an employee for Funded with Lady K. Youth members from the Cali Youth Coalition, a group of high desert youth dedicated to addressing tobacco-related issues in their community, participated in a tobacco retail decoy operation in November 2022, through which 31 schools in Victorville were visited. 22.6 of those retailers visited sold to a youth decoy. That is more than 1 in 5 stores being willing to sell to underage youth in our community. I would like to share the most of the products sold to the decoys were flavored Swisher Sweets like little cigars or cigarillos, under $2. I would like to share that in 3 notable encounters, the clerk asked for the underage youth IDs and still sold to them. As demonstrated in these findings, it is easy for youth to get tobacco products and prices remain low. At a price of $1 or $2, it is possible for nearly anyone to afford these products to at any age. This data also shows that a retailer education program is needed and very important. We want retailers to operate lawfully in our city. Other communities have implemented strong tobacco retail license policies to combat underage youth access to tobacco products, as they've been proven to reduce the underage sales rates in cities that adopt and implement them faithfully. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts in this important manner for your consideration.
Sir, thank you to you and your organization for everything you're doing in San Bernardino County. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Michael Grabhorn.
I'd like to ask everybody that is here in support of this ordinance, please stand.
Mr. Grabhorn, could you please face us? There you go.
Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. I'm one of the founding members of the High Desert Community Coalition. We're prevention and early intervention for drug and alcohol. We've done assessments on smoke shops and liquor stores and the neighborhoods surrounding. One of the things that I would like to focus on is the drug paraphernalia. I'm a little out of breath, sorry. As a recovering addict, I have found every smoke shop that I have gone into has what they call oil burners. They tell me that these are used to walk around your home with a lighter, to use essential oils, blow through and blow the smell around your house. And if you can imagine doing that, you have a better imagination than I do. As a recovering addict, I know these as meth pipes, crack pipes, tweak pipes, and a bunch of other names. They are manufactured and used only to smoke methamphetamine, crack, DMT, and fentanyl. You can buy them inside the store, and that's the only place they are called oil burners. As soon as you step outside, they can be confiscated, and you can be written a citation for carrying drug paraphernalia. They're not just worried about selling to underage, but being sold to anyone. They are illegal to have. These are used only as a drug delivery system. These are connected with hardcore drugs and are related to all sorts of crimes, including robbery, break-ins, sexual assault, and domestic violence. I think the city of Victorville should not be connected to and allowed to be sold these type of instruments in the city of Victorville. Chino, Hesperia, and other cities have outlawed these for sale and have banned them for sale in their city. I think Victorville should join together and do the same. There are also other things that are used that are impossible to be used to smoke tobacco or even marijuana in. They are explicitly used for hardcore drugs that are powdered or crystallized. Please pass this ordinance. These are things that cause addiction, destroy families, marriages, and our community. So please consider joining us in solidarity in passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Nicole Archery.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Becerra, Victorville City Council members. My name is Nicole Williams Archery, and I am a member of the Victorville Lions Club and a part of the Coalition for Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County. Our coalition would like to share with you the community support for tobacco retail licensing as a policy that protects our youth from accessing tobacco products in our community. 380 public opinion poll surveys were collected among Victorville residents. They were asked about tobacco sales in their community, and 54.5% agree that there are too many places in the community that sell tobacco products. 50.8% agree that the community has been negatively impacted by tobacco use. 66.8% support a policy that requires store owners to have a local license to sell tobacco, much like what would be established through a proposed ordinance. We want to share these results with you since these surveys show a great amount of community support for local tobacco prevention efforts that center around ensuring that our youth do not have access to tobacco products before the legal purchasing age of 21. In addition, our coalition would like to share with you, Mayor Becerra, the community support for tobacco retail licensing. As shown through these signed postcards, we have collected 125 postcards from your neighbors in the Victorville area that support you voting yes to protect our children and being able to access tobacco products in the local stores. Thank you for your time. Do you mind if I bring it to you?
Can you give it to the city clerk, please? Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Maya Tanae Collier Turner.
Welcome, Maya.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Becerra and Victorville Council City members. My name is Mia Collier-Turner, and I am part of the Coalition for a Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County and a Victorville resident. I want to share the data we received from the Victor Valley Unified School District that showed that youth in our area are being negatively impacted by tobacco and drug paraphernalia in the area. There were 149 tobacco and nicotine violations, 122 drug paraphernalia violations, and 296 controlled substance violations that the school district has formally addressed during the 2023 and 2024 school year. This data is concerning and shows that we must do something to address these issues among our youth. We need to ensure that youth do not have access to these products, which have been proven possible in other communities through the implementation of comprehensive tobacco retail licensing policies that include provisions on paraphernalia. While these drugs' paraphernalia is already prohibited, though the California Health and Safety Code, clearly outlining it through local policy provisions, support a stronger enforcement around these products, as well as other prohibited tobacco products, such as flavored products. Thank you so much for giving your attention to this very important topic, and we appreciate you caring for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Keisha Collier.
Good evening, Mayor Becerra
Good evening. Welcome.
and Victorville City Council members. My name is Keisha Collier, and I am part of the Coalition for a Tobacco-Free San Bernardino County and a Victorville resident. We appreciate the work and the Planning Commission. We appreciate the work you and the Planning Commission are doing and have done to address and protect our Victorville youth. I would like to encourage you to authorize the city staff to apply for the tobacco enforcement grant funding opportunity to support the implementation of the ordinance number 2450. The Tobacco Enforcement Grant Program for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 is an excellent opportunity to complement the tobacco retail license ordinance that the city is exploring. This funding will help with enforcing the local tobacco retail license policy during the implementation phase of the program by granting financial support and by granting financial support to local agencies. We understand that compliance with SB 793 and AB 935, outlawing the sale of most flavored tobacco products in the retail environment, may seem daunting. This funding opportunity can help support the city's efforts and was designed to help to support the city's efforts to ensure local retailers are held accountable and are educated on changing tobacco retail laws. We are also happy to share that other government agencies right here in our county have previously received this award from the DOJ, Department of Justice, including our neighbors in Hesperia. While the California Department of Public Health has primary enforcement responsibility through AB 935, local flavor ordinance and local law enforcement agencies may continue to enforce local ordinances that are more restrictive than the state law. Local governments can also more effectively make sure that the rules, like flavored tobacco bans, are followed properly and that retailers are not selling to our underage youth. It is a way to control the sale of these products at the local level without relying on the state to do the enforcement, as they may not always be able to reach the stores in our community. We encourage adopting a clear and detailed enforcement and implementation strategy to ensure compliance with the proposed ordinance. We want to make sure the city has a strong implementation plan that will delineate what applies to tobacco product sales and what applies to the deemed approved ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sir Dupleshan.
Right. Good evening, loved ones. My name is Sir Duplashan, and I am a board member for the High Desert Black Chamber of Commerce. So you know I'm business forward, but I'm also the director for I Am Love and a member of the High Desert Community Coalition, and you can tell by my vest, a lion. We stand at a crucial crossroads in the development of our city. It's our responsibility to ensure a bright future for our children and grandchildren. We cannot afford to make choices that will lead to a proliferation of liquor stores on every corner, reminiscent of a time in LA's history that they had to correct through ordinances like the one before us today. This ordinance is designed to bring grandfathered establishments into compliance. The most vital aspect of this ordinance is the annual check-ins. An ordinance without enforcement is meaningless. I have personally assessed every liquor store in our city, and I must say there are only a few where I will feel safe sending my wife or my children alone. We have worked closely with the Sheriff's Department and the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce to create crime-free business networks. We've conducted crime prevention through environmental design, SEPTED assessments, and this ordinance reflects these best practices. Our shared goal is a healthy Victorville. We've had constructive conversations with local business owners, like the owners of Mike's Liquor Store right here on Hook and Elevado. And he's even willing to invest his own money to meet these standards. With annual assessments, we can recognize and commend liquor stores that are good community actors. Passing this ordinance is the culmination of over 6 years of community investment from numerous stakeholders. So let's seize this opportunity to ensure a safer, healthier Victorville for all. Thank you. Keep spreading love.
Our next speaker is Linda Titus.
Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. Honorable Mayor Becerra, to the council, to the entire diocese, and to our community that is here. As you had seen, we are definitely in support of this TRL-DAO. I'm here to speak on behalf of these youth that are here sitting with me. Did you know alcohol and tobacco can harm youth in many, many ways? Their brains are still developing. So this alcohol and tobacco causes stunted cell growth in their brains, memory problems, loss of self-control, learning disabilities, poor vitamin B absorption, poor verbal skills, behavioral issues, impaired judgment, poor impulse control, unsafe sexual behavior, aggressive and violent behavior, as we see happening on our campuses today. Drinking and driving, as evidenced by the accidents on 395 in Bear Valley. Poor social development. They don't talk anymore. They're on devices. Harmful relationships. Health issues, liver disease. Can you imagine a 15, 16-year-old with liver problems? Respiratory diseases, and 7 different cancers. Depression, substance misuse and disorders, seizure disorders, vomiting. Ask the teachers how many kids they found in the bathroom vomiting. There are no safe amounts of alcohol or tobacco that we can ingest in our bodies, as evidenced and research by World Health Organizations. Safety issues, homicides are up, alcohol overdose poisoning. I would like for you to come with me sometime to the emergency room and see when we can't save a kid's life. falls, burns, drownings, physical fights, the arrest, and then sudden death. Those parents that have found their children dead. These folks are marketing our children. Dunkin' Donuts, Hello Kitty labels, Vizzy, Eggos, things that look like products that they eat every day. Those are the labels that are on the alcohol and the tobacco products today. Then they put them at eye level, so when they reach for their snacks here in our food desert, they are reaching right over those harmful
Ms.
products.
Titus, your time was up and we heard you loud and clear, trust me.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I have some deemed approved ordinance.
If you would, please. Thank you to the clerk. Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
To all our public speakers, thank you for taking time out of your day coming. Madam Clerk, could you please read the ordinance title?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving amendment case PLAN 22-00002, an amendment to the Victorville Municipal Code with an environmental exemption making various changes to Title 16 to regulate the retail sale of alcohol and tobacco for off-site consumption citywide by updating existing operating standards and introducing new operating standards applicable to new, existing, and deemed approved businesses within the City of Victorville, which include but are not limited to standards related to property maintenance, alcohol and tobacco display area, alcohol and tobacco signage, tobacco paraphernalia, and the prohibited sale of single-serve alcoholic beverages and drug paraphernalia, as well as initial and annual compliance inspections and licensing processes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I don't believe technically you closed the public hearing.
Oh, I'll now close the public hearing. Thank you, sir. Oops. At this time, I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones, comments on this pending motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, that was, public comments were certainly a bit sobering, enlightening, and scary to think about what's happening, what's being thrust upon our youth in not only our community, but surrounding cities. Linda Titus, I mean, I don't even know what to say. That's sobering. Everything that you said is sobering. And to think that our youth is being subjected to this, not only because of peer pressure, but also because people are willing to sell it to them and make it sound like it's a good thing to do when it's anything but. On this particular item, I actually did receive a number of calls and texts and other communications when this was in the Planning Commission phase. And the concern, of course, was that they were going to craft something that was going to be responsive to the unique needs of Victorville while complying with the law. It sounds to me like we've arrived there. I did receive, I know the council received it too, a letter from a community member, a Miss Olivia Karapanian. I find her letter to be compelling. I didn't know, the end of her letter asked that we consider adopting, I think that was the DAO, which I think we just got books with the information. So we certainly can't address that tonight, but I did have an opportunity to speak to a few community members on that very subject. And it sounds like this group is good with, at least from their perspective, a starting point on the ordinance. They certainly have some other suggestions, citing other cities that have already adopted some of their suggestions. So with that, I think this is good for our city. It brings us in line with state law. I'm glad to hear that our community is on board. Public health and safety, as we all know, is a priority in Victorville, and we want our community to know that we hear them and we're going to take care of our youth. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to say I am so very happy to see so many community members, citizens of Victorville, who are willing to put it on the line to make our community safe for our children. And for me, I see the effects of drugs and alcohol firsthand daily because I'm a classroom teacher. So someone mentioned, have you ever asked the teachers about kids vomiting in the bathroom? I can say I've seen that and I've had to deal with that. But in any case, it's good to know that we have so many, I want to call you soldiers out there willing to put it on the line to save our kids. So I want to say thank you for that, and I'll rest on that. I've also received communications from members of the community, but you're expressing my sentiments. And so every day I go to work, I'm out there trying to make sure our kids are safe and that they're socially and emotionally ready to take on the challenges of adulthood. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I think the ladies covered everything I was gonna say, so I'll just shadow them a little bit. I would make just one comment, and it may not have much to do with it, but our youth don't break bones anymore because they don't do anything. They don't ride bikes. They don't do the things that I did when I was a kid. So I am in total line with the ordinance, and thank you.
Thank you. Tell the speakers out there and to the youth out there, thank you for standing up in front of us to make this a better county and a better city to live in. Like we've always told you guys, it takes a village, and we are one. We're a big city. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Absolutely.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to do the consent calendar, items 3 through 18. Questions or comments by the council? None? I'll invite a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Irvin, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action on items 3 through 18 in accordance with the recommendation as set forth on the agenda. Item 19, written communications. Annual financial reports for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. On an annual basis, we actually retain the services of an independent accounting firm to do a few things for the city along with its affiliated entities, including the Water District and the Southern California Logistics Airport. And those services effectively are independent auditing services where on an annual basis, we have the independent auditor actually conduct an annual or prepare our annual comprehensive financial report for, in this case, the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, but then also to conduct or prepare a report on the internal controls over the financial reporting and on compliance related matters. And so we've completed that effort. We've also met with the audit committee, which I must recognize and thank for their assistance in providing early preview and commentary. And certainly this year, our audit committee was Mayor Pro Tem Bob Harriman, along with Council Member Leslie Irving as the two appointed reps that met with staff and the auditing firm to have a preview of this report before becoming public. As we normally do on an annual basis when we present, of course, you've got the reports that you can thumb through and read. You also have a staff report that highlights some of what's pulled from the financial reports, particularly highlights being cash positions on the general fund and measure fee funds, which are good measuring sticks as to the cash health of those discretionary funds. And so that's outlined in your staff report as well. We do have a brief presentation that will be presented by CLA Representative Cassie Rademacher, who you've met before, has done previous audit presentations for you and is available electronically to kick off this presentation for you.
All right, good afternoon. So I have a little PowerPoint presentation to facilitate the information I'm going to present. So we did issue 3 different reports with the audit. So the 3 reports that I'll go over are the independent auditor's report, the report on internal control, and the communication to those charged with governance. So in the independent auditor's report, we note that we did audit the financial statements of the city for the year ended June 30th, 2023. We did issue unmodified opinions, and an unmodified opinion is also commonly referred to as a clean opinion. It means that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We did conduct our audit in accordance with both generally accepted and government auditing standards, and we do believe we have obtained sufficient audit evidence that is appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinions. In the independent auditor's report, it delineates some of the differences between management's responsibilities and the auditors. So management is responsible for the preparation and the fair presentation of the financial statements and for internal controls over those financial statements. As the auditors, our objective is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement and to issue this report with our opinion. In following our auditing standards, we have to maintain professional skepticism. So we receive a lot of verbal information and we may need to make sure to follow that up with supporting documentation. We also identify and assess the risks of material misstatement, and then we develop audit procedures specifically to address those risks. We obtain an understanding of internal control, and that's in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate for a financial statement audit. We do evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies used and the significant estimates made by management. We also evaluate the overall presentation of the financial statements. There is one emphasis of a matter paragraph, which is just to highlight the implementation of a new GASB. It's subscription-based information technology arrangements, SBITA for short. So what that is the city had to go through all their software license agreements, and anything in excess of 1 year, they needed to perform a calculation to record an asset in those capital assets and then a corresponding liability. The next report I'll go over is our report on internal control. So as I mentioned previously, as we go through the audit, we do review internal controls. It is for the purpose of a financial statement audit. We did note some material weaknesses in our audit. Before I get into those, I want to mention that because I'll mention if these are new comments or old, there was one comment in the prior year regarding pension amounts that is not repeated in the current year. So that comment has been cleared. So the first comment we had for the 2023 audit is regarding capital assets. We had some roll forward and detail schedules that weren't agreeing to each other of the general ledger. So the city took those schedules back and they made corrections and provided them to us. After those corrections, we had to request an audit adjustment to correct an intra-entity sale of capital assets. So when you sell a capital asset from one fund to another, it needs to be recorded at the book value. That's just in accordance with the standards. So an adjustment was made to correct that sale. There was also an adjustment needed to capitalize additional expenses. This is a comment that is repeated from the prior year, slightly different in the details, but the same comment over capital assets. The next comment we had is regarding grants receivable and unavailable revenue. So the city has project costs that at times can be reimbursed by grants. In those cases, we'd expect the receivables to equal those unreimbursed expenditures. And not all cases did that happen, so we did have some audit adjustments to make those corrections. We also were provided with a restatement for a funding correction that needed to be corrected. This is a comment that was repeated from the prior year. The following comments that we have are all new comments, not comments in the immediately preceding audit. So the first of those is the bank reconciliation. There was a $27,000 unidentified variance that still required some additional investigation to record that amount correctly. There was also some bank activity in May and July of 2023 that was recorded in the incorrect fiscal year and required an audit adjustment. The next item is prepaid water connection fees. These should be recognized as revenue as those units are hooked up to the city system. So when those fees are collected in advance, what we found this year was that there were some cases where some units were hooked up and the revenue wasn't recognized and it required another audit adjustment. The next comment we had is regarding land held for resale. The land held for resale has to be recorded at the lower of cost or market value. The city did the appropriate analysis to determine that, but the actual balances in the general ledger for the financial statements was not updated to reflect those new amounts. So an audit adjustment was necessary. The last comment we have is regarding the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, the CFA preparation. This is a schedule that only contains the city's expenditures regarding federal grants in any particular fiscal year. So we did identify that there were over $6 million of federal expenditures that were excluded from the prior year CFA. The next part of this report just notes that as part of our audit, we do review compliance, but with those compliance requirements that have a direct and material impact on the financial statements. And in our reviews of our compliance, we noted no items that are required to be reported under those standards. The last communication I'll go over is the communication to those charged with governance. So we did discuss the plan, scope, and timing of the audit with the city in a planning meeting. Management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting policies, and that is described in Note 1 to the financial statements. Management has selected and applied those significant accounting policies appropriately and consistently. And also that the city, it just highlights again that the city implemented the new GASB statement number 96. There are significant estimates that are reported in the financial statements. That's primarily the city's pension and OPEB amounts, and that is standard for a city of the size of the city of Victorville. In the uncorrected and corrected misstatements section, it discusses all the audit adjustments that were necessary as part of the audit procedures, and the detail of that list is in that letter, and it does reflect all of those material weaknesses that we just went over. There were representations related to the audit that we obtained from management. In these representations, we just request that management tell us that they've provided us with all the information that is pertinent to our audit, and we did receive that written confirmation. And then the last item is just a required communication by the auditing standards that, to our knowledge, the city did not consult with other accountants regarding any auditing or accounting matters. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council and Board of Directors approve a motion to receive and file the following: City of Victorville Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. Independent Auditor's Report on Internal Control over Financial Reporting and on Compliance and Other Matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with governmental auditing standards for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. Victorville Water District Basic Financial Statements for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. And Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Basic Financial Statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do technical questions from council members. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
All my questions were answered at the committee meeting, so I'm good.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Raider Marker, so good to see you again. This is the first year that I haven't sat on the audit committee. I wasn't present when those selections were being made last year. Couple questions. We have some material weaknesses. How many of them were are present this time around that were present before?
2.
2. And to your, actually, I'm going to ask that of Mr. Metzler. So, Mr. Metzler, first of all, I want to upfront thank you for always being transparent in reporting and being able to, being willing to recognize where we have some changes that need to be made. And I know last year we had this discussion about material weaknesses year over year. And I noted last year that those issues didn't change the financial picture of Victorville. They were, you know, in most ways really posting errors that required some adjustments. Is that still fair?
It's fair to say that these are accounting issues, yes.
Okay. And then I know that last year there was a recommendation to hire, I believe it was an internal auditor to help overcome some of these, you know, ongoing kinds of issues. And I know that even if we have done that already, and I don't know that we have, it would take potentially several years for the fruit of those good labors to come forward. So what's the status on that position?
We've actually solicited for a contract. We're in the final stages. I think we're just buttoning up the final contract. I think we're waiting on insurance certs, but we should be fairly close in getting that on board. So certainly expect it to be in this upcoming fiscal year, and that then will complement, of course, the accounting work that we currently do in the department. Be an opportunity to detect some of these issues much sooner, as opposed to detecting them when our auditing firm comes on board.
Sure. And you know, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, with approximately 500 employees, about how many of those are tasked to input billings at any, not every day, but when bills are coming in, whether it be everything from a sprinkler head all the way to 2,000 gallons of gasoline? But how many people in between there are inputting bills?
We do it at every department level that all gets centralized into a central processing system that effectively ties into our accounts in the finance department. As far as number, I'd be guessing, but it's the best I can do without actually counting them up from our personnel reports. You know, I'd just be guessing. It's a lot.
And of all those employees, as our accounting firm says, some of them are inputted, they meant to hit 6 and they hit 5. They meant to hit, it was a shovel and they put it at something else. As you know, a lot of it is inputting type of errors. Thank you. Sorry.
And we had those kinds of errors. I certainly remember those in last year's. I didn't necessarily see that in this year's. But I mean, yeah, we could be subjected to those kinds of mistakes. And of course, if there isn't a double check or a triple check based upon the policies that we have that govern how we do accounting, that's how those mistakes happen. And ultimately, you know, we find them when the auditing firm does come in. I mean, notwithstanding the mistakes that are certainly identified here, even characterized as material weaknesses, having the independent auditor come in and identify these issues is actually helpful and healthy as a part of the overall accounting and financial reporting process. Certainly, you know, identifies for us what we need to work on in the upcoming fiscal year. We have been made aware of the issues I've shared with this council. Are issues that don't get resolved overnight because they do involve, trying to erase that human element, opportunity for error, which we have been dealing with. It's going to take some time. We're going through transition, but I think certainly in what I know about the transition and the vision that I see, I certainly believe we're on the right path to cleaning these accounting errors, correcting the mistakes.
And thank you, sir. That's what it's called a material weakness, but it's not something intentional. It's not something that's being hidden. It's typo errors, some of them.
Mistakes is probably the best way to characterize it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'll invite a motion for this item.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. At this time, comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, listen, running a municipal corporation is no easy task, especially when one considers, I think there are 84 separate and distinct funds. That's like having 84 separate bank accounts, 84 little small businesses, right? And then we have a lot of employees. So these findings are in no way, I think, an indictment against Victorville. To the contrary, with our auditors taking a look at this, city manager and his team being willing to recognize certain realities and taking positive steps to remedy them. I'm proud of their work. And by the way, these audits they're not forensic audits. They're snapshots at a moment in time. And, who's to say that some of these wouldn't have been corrected on their own down the road with our good team? Nevertheless, I'm confident 100% that our city manager and his team are going to make this all work. And by the way, these are problems that a lot of cities are facing now. It's very difficult to get good, hardworking staff in the financial arena. That's not making any excuse. It's just dealing with what's real. So, Mr. Metzler, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually expressed this during the committee meeting. Mr. Metzler, I know you run a tight ship, and we hold all of you to the highest standards. But, when mistakes happen, they're teachable moments. There are areas where we can improve. And so we build upon, making the correction and moving forward. You spoke of transitioning. We have to, this is part of the process. So I appreciate the preparation for this report, and thank you very much. But we fall down, but we get up, we keep on trying. We keep doing what we do, and we do it well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yeah, so this was my first time being on that committee, and so I had a little bit to learn. So I want to commend our city manager for having to explain a lot of things to me, because I did have questions. And he was actually very honest with me, and he has a high bar. So I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Ditto what my fellow council member said. Mr. Metzler, to you and your financial staff, thank you. Again, I understand how high the bar is with you. Boy, do I. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 20, project proposal to California Transportation Commission for local streets and roads funding for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is an annual, recurring item for us, but the background on it involves the state legislature having adopted the Road Repair and Accountability Act, also known as SB1, back in 2017. And effectively that SB1 effectively increased the tax on a per gallon basis of gasoline sold, and Victorville also increased vehicle license fees, all for the ultimate purpose of generating a tax revenue that can then be distributed to local agencies to help expand local agencies' ability to build roadway infrastructure. And so that we've certainly been the beneficiary of those funds, and the staff report identifies having received almost $16 million since the inception of the program, which the staff report also lays out what those monies have been spent on, all local much-needed road projects, but also identifies what they are planned to be spent on. And so this item, more so as an annual item, is something that's required as a part of the measure to justify continued receipt of those funds. And so that's to show what's been spent, but then also to demonstrate what the forthcoming monies will be spent on. So this satisfies that state requirement by the adoption of this resolution. The item is authored by your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla. And certainly for the questions I can't answer, he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-030, approving 3 road projects for submittal to the California Transportation Commission, CTC, to be eligible to receive local street and road funds for fiscal year 2024-2025, and authorize staff to submit this project proposal to the CTC.
Thank you. This time technical questions from the council members. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
And thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Somebody needs to teach me how to get money from the government. I'm working on it. That's all I have.
I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
I have a
For
first.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Good.
No? You're good? Okay. I have a first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Irving, any comments on the pending motion?
No comments, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
None.
Councilwoman Jones?
None, thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 21, fiscal year 2024-2025 contract renewal, annual supply and service agreements. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Annually and directly after having approved the budget, we typically come forward with an item like this, which effectively renews all of the contracts for services and supplies that we rely on to get us through the next fiscal year. And of course, those are contracts that still have remaining term left on them to be able to exercise. And so there's all the departments in the city rely on different contracts, and instead of bringing them back to you individually at various times throughout the year, which was a practice many, many years ago, we've centralized it into this one opportunity, one time a year, to be able to attend to all of those purchasing contracts. So this is that annual approval. You do have revisions to the agenda in front of you, and the main addition, since having originally drafted the staff report before you, is the addition of about $20,000 to Harrison Associates, who we're familiar with, and this is brought forward largely because of us having relied on them for professional services related to the formation of the CREA. We've certainly and very recently learned of activity on that front involving the County of San Bernardino, certainly expecting to hear something back soon from them. We certainly envision work to be done over the next 30 to 60 days, which is why we've asked for this contract to be added to the annual supply agreements. So with that, the item is authored by your Finance Director, Ms. Carmen Kuhn, and she and I are both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
that the City Council Board of Directors award contract renewals for the annual supply and service agreement vendors and suppliers for fiscal year 2024, 2025 per the adopted budget approved on June 4th, 2024.
Point of privilege, Madam Mayor, our mics are out again.
So if I might, Madam Mayor, our options at this point are either speak louder. When we experienced this, the microphones were still picking up and communicating over the system to the public, so recording. So either we can speak loud for the benefit of the audience, or we have a roaming microphone that we can pass around here at the dais.
I could speak loud. We all know
So can I.
that. Moving forward, at this time, we're going to do technical questions from the council members. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yeah, just one question. I noticed on the concrete products, of course, I'm going to bring this. There's only one supplier there, and as an experienced concrete contractor, it seems like having two would be better because you can't get materials sometimes when you need them, and concrete's very timely. Do they just have to come in and apply?
We do. Carmen, can you help me answer that, please?
Whoa, that one works.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendations for this item.
Recommendations. I
For
give.
this
I'll second.
Yes, yes.
Would that be the revised recommendation?
Indeed, it would be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
I have none. Councilmember Jones?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Harriman?
None.
Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 22, extension of sunset date for certain temporary fees and penalty waivers for animal care and control pursuant to section 7.04.055 of chapter 7.04, title 7 of the Victorville Municipal Code. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with our involvement of having to start getting into the business of actually sheltering animals that we collect on our streets. And so, as you know, we've been working closely to ultimately open a permanent shelter facility. We currently operate with temporary locations for animals and cats mainly, but we do have other animals. In fact, I believe we still have a pig in our possession. And so what we've done, given the limited capacity that we've had on the sheltering side of the equation, one of the recipes that we've subscribed to is trying to reunite the animals that we have with families and do everything possible to encourage and incent that to happen. So we have already temporarily suspended, this council has already temporarily suspended certain animal license fees, sheltering impound fees, and provided a number of incentives to license, vaccinate, and microchip animals to help identify animals that do have owners and reunite them with their owners as soon as possible, reducing the dependency on shelter space. But until such a time as we have the expanded capacity at the former Maverick High School facility on River Road. We believe it's necessary to continue with this suspension of fees until such a time as we can get the shelter operation up and running. And so with that, this item effectively extends the suspension that you've already put in place through the end of this fiscal year, and we'll revisit the appropriateness of extending later as we get closer to that date. So with that, the item is authored by your code enforcement official, Mr. George Duran. He's here in the audience and certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution number 24-055, extending the sunset date of certain temporary fee and penalty waivers associated with the licensing and impoundment of dogs and cats in the city, as provided in Victorville Municipal Code Section 7.04.055 to December 31st, 2024.
Thank you. This time we'll do technical questions from council members. Council members Jones?
Jones?
Jones? Jonesy?
Yeah, Jonesy works. None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and I have done. This time I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
The first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Irving, do you have any questions, comments?
No, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
And thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 23, National Opioid Settlement Agreements. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item, similar to previous settlement agreements that we've approved and appropriated in the past, and you recall, as a part of the larger national goal to settle with opioid manufacturers and distributors, settlements have generated monies at the federal level and distributed to state and county and local levels, really for the purpose of helping jurisdictions abate the costs associated with opioid epidemic. And so with that, we've chosen to participate as a recipient of those funds, and we've received those funds to date. There is a more recent settlement involving Kroger, and with the Kroger settlement, additional funds are coming our way, and effectively this item memorializes the recognition of those monies. It's about $39,600 on the revenue side, which we effectively will use that money and supplement the program efforts that we have in place, largely expecting that the remaining expenditures will be geared towards supplementing some of the efforts that we're taking on at the Wellness Center. And so while I've authored this item, the heavy lift on it has been Mr. Tony Camargo, Assistant to the City Manager, and he and I are both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution number 24-072, amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, approving an increase in revenue and expenditures relating to the National Opioids Settlement Agreements, and authorize the city manager to use all opioid settlement fund disbursements, including future funds, in accordance with the list of opioid remediation uses provided in the opioid settlements.
Thank you. This time we'll do questions from council members. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I don't have any.
Councilmember Jones?
No questions.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendations.
I'll second. Councilmember Irving, any comments?
No, ma'am.
I have none. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 24, agreement between the County of San Bernardino and the City of Victorville for the new police station and civic plaza. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. First, I need to thank and recognize you all for helping facilitate in doing what you've done to bring us to this point. But I also have to particularly recognize Mayor Pro Tem Bob Harriman for being the biggest push that I've seen in terms of trying to help facilitate getting this funding redirected to benefit the city of Victorville. And so with that, we recently became aware through Mayor Pro Tem Harriman's efforts and push, quite honestly, of the supervisor's office of funds available to each of the districts. And I believe it was predominantly ARPA money that was being unspent and needed to be spent. And so the county had effectively decided to allocate to the respective supervisor's office, and the supervisors then decide how to appropriately spend. And so being that the color of the money is ARPA, we certainly have had a tremendous amount of experience and still had projects that could fit into the box, if you will, with respect to what qualifies and what does not. And so working as staff with staff from the county, we were able to work towards bringing a contract that will ultimately yield a reimbursement in the order of $3.7 million to help supplement or offset funds, I should say, that have been spent towards our efforts in constructing a new police department. More specifically, this money will be used to reimburse for our conceptual design costs, which were phase one, but also to reimburse for our costs associated with the acquisition of the property at the northwest corner of Seneca and Civic Drive. And then also for the forthcoming costs that are expected to be incurred here fairly soon for the revised conceptual design, all of which were funded or to be funded from Measure P. So once we expend the collective 3.7 out of Measure P, we'll be processing invoices to get reimbursed that same amount, basically to make Measure P whole. So major thanks, obviously, to the supervisor's office for helping bring this along. And so with that, while I am the author on this item, also working in doing the heavy lift and helping get this to this point has been Tony Camargo. The both of us are available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-056, authorizing a contract between the City of Victorville and San Bernardino County to receive funding in the amount not to exceed $3.7 million for the new police station and civic plaza. Adopt Resolution Number 24-057, amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2024-2025, approving an increase in revenue expenditures, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents to effectuate the contract.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
Madam Mayor, I have no questions, but I would respectfully ask that when the time comes for a motion that our colleague, Mr. Harriman, be afforded the first opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to have the motion for this item?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know how to say a motion.
Staff's recommendation.
I
Move to.
move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, a second by Councilmember Jones. Let's let Bob talk last. Councilmember Irving, do you have anything?
I do. I have a comment. I certainly thank you, Mr. Metzler, for sharing in your tee up of Mayor Pro Tem's participation. I certainly want to thank the supervisor's office, but I especially want to thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, for his advocacy and participation in helping to secure these funds for our new police station. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I am so happy to see this item before us because The new police station and civic plaza are critical investments in Victorville's future. The state-of-the-art facility will empower our police force, strengthen police community relations, and create a welcoming space for all residents. To achieve this vision, I urge, and I don't think it's going to be a problem, that this council passes the motion before us, which in part accepts the generous funding of up to $3.7 million from San Bernardino County. Supervisor Paul Cook's leadership in securing this funding is a powerful symbol of collaboration and a shared vision for a safer Victorville. His understanding of our unique needs is commendable, and his leadership is deeply appreciated. And on that note, so is the hard work that Council Member Harriman Mayor Pro Tem Harriman put forward on this project. Public safety is the cornerstone of a thriving community. And with this backing, we are one giant leap closer to ensuring that Victorville becomes safer and a more vibrant place for everyone. Thank you, San Bernardino County, and especially Supervisor Cook, for being true partners in Victorville's progress. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Well, I think maybe everyone's put me on too big of a pedestal, but I'll take it. I would just like to say, I would been leaning on the county for funds for CREA for some months. And so it just kind of evolved into a different avenue. And the colonel was very receptive, and his staff was more than willing to work with me. And everything just played out just the way I was hoping it would, and I'm looking forward to leaning on some more people for some more money and get this police station built. That's all I have.
Thank you. To the staff of San Bernardino County, to the staff of the city of Victorville, and to our pedestal guy here, thank you for all the work you guys are doing. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 25, annual confirmation of maintenance assessment districts for fiscal year 2024-2025. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This also is another annual procedural item that we bring to you. And this is a part of basically the confirmation process where every year we've got to confirm the assessments that are necessary to fund everything from our landscape maintenance assessment districts to our drainage facility assessment districts, our maintenance assessment districts, and our street lighting assessment districts. All property tax-based assessments that are collected through the property taxes and don't get collected through the property taxes unless we actually submit a confirmation such as what we're doing with this item, and submit that confirmation to the tax collector so they can actually levy the amounts needed on a per property basis, collect on our behalf, and then distribute to us so that we can actually collect the revenues to pay for the expenses associated with those districts. So with that, the item is authored by your city engineer, again, Mr. Freddie Bonilla, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve resolution numbers 24-058, 24-061, 24-064, and 24-067, authorizing the initiation of proceedings for the annual levy of assessments for the maintenance assessment districts, drainage facilities assessment districts, landscape maintenance assessment districts, and the citywide street lighting assessment district for fiscal year 2024-2025. Approve resolution numbers 24-059, 24-062, 24-065, and 24-068, preliminarily approving the consolidated engineers' reports filed in support of the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2024-2025, and approve
Thank you. At this time, we'll do questions from council member regarding this item. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you. Oh.
Councilmember Jones?
None, none, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation for this item.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Councilmember Jones. Councilmember Irving's comments on the pending motion?
No comments, Madam.
Councilmember Jones?
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 26, fiscal year 2024-2025, training schedule for city council members. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Annually, we bring an item like this before you, and we do it resulting from, of course, the budget and making sure that we have the budget to be able to support education, training, and travel for council members interested in participating in those opportunities. And so, kind of confused there. And so with that, this item effectively serves to improve travel for council so that we avoid the comeback genesis item. Getting pre-approval has more our policy manual requiring for travel. Identify all our cities, staff, and then part of that also, but also just also as so with that part clerk
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council directs staff which business events council will attend during fiscal year 2024-2025 to allow sufficient time for registration and travel accommodations.
Thank you. This time we'll do questions from council member. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
You said questions, right?
Questions?
No
or-
questions.
No questions. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to understand something. Please clarify for me. Are these events that are listed, are these the only conferences that council members may attend?
The answer, I want to try this. The answer is no. If there was other conferences or educational opportunities that the council was interested in, certainly, and if it's not included in this staff report, certainly it could be the prerogative of the council to bring something back at a later date by asking for an item to be agendized and then seeking the approval to incur the costs associated with the travel at that time.
Oh, so is it inappropriate to ask if the council would so indulge to amend or modify this list to include the Congressional Black Caucus Conference, which comes up, I believe, in the latter part of September?
I believe that's precisely what this item is for. I just don't want to get out of bounds with the city attorney in terms of the way this item is put forward.
Yeah, the agenda item is to consider as basically a spending plan on all kinds of events. I don't see a problem adding events or taking events off this list.
Okay.
So
And can we include that?
I was just gonna say, how would we, I'm sorry, Councilmember Irving, how would we do that? Councilmember Irving has one, I'm gonna bring one up, and I think Bob wants to, and Deborah wants to bring one up. So how would we modify or add to the list?
I think you'd have a discussion, propose those items, and then whatever motion the council member makes is going to have to include all three of those, assuming you're all willing to agree to them.
Okay, so we started with Councilmember Irving, that she added hers. Did you have anything else, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I mean, these, the events that are listed as well. Yes, ma'am.
Add yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bob, I know I asked you, and I think you had something you wanted to add, or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Where everyone wants to go.
Well, that's the second thing. Councilmember Jones?
Before I have my ask, I would like to know a little bit more about the Congressional Black Caucus. I know we have a general date, but where it would be held, and making sure that it's a nonpartisan conference. And then, so I do have an ask, and I asked this last year, I actually brought it up separate from the agenda item, much as we have here today. And it's for Dr. Kenesha Williams Transform Growth Conference. She does one annually. She's the executive director with the globally renowned organization, John Maxwell Organization. It's going to be held on October 11th at the Victor Valley College New Event Center. And attendance at this conference would, of course, be optional for any council member, as all of them are. And the registration on this is nominal, most certainly when compared to any of these other conferences. It's actually minimal.
So
that would be my ask.
okay. And then Bob said no. I would like to add the nonpartisan National League of Mayors to this list. They just had their event in Washington, D.C., so the next one wouldn't come out again till next year, and it doesn't come out again till almost 4 months before. Okay, but it is the nonpartisan one, not the Republican, the nonpartisan one.
Oh, well,
So
the
those
Congressional Black Caucus is nonpartisan.
nonpartisan, okay. So
And can I just say, I don't think it matters on the mayors, and I don't think it would matter on the Transform Growth. I don't know if it would matter on the Congressional Black Caucus, because I don't know if you have to be African American to attend.
You do not.
You don't. Okay. But I just want to,
I would love it if you would attend.
I would love it, but I just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you.
If I've got it correct, Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. If that's the right organization, it looks like their 53rd annual legislative conference is on September 11th through 15 in Washington, D.C.
That would be it. Thank you.
Question.
sure.
I just am okay with what's on here, so I would like to go to Florida.
Okay, but that's now my second. Last year, when we voted, we were specific which council members, correct?
I do think you made some indication as to who would attend, right? That's not part of staff's recommendation at this point, I don't believe.
Okay. So who's ready for, is everyone's questions done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So at this time, I will invite a motion for the item that's in front of staff with the additions that the city council put in and with the specific listing of city council members that can go.
Okay. With that, I mean, I was about to say so moved, but you didn't fill in the last part. So, so I move that we adopt staff's recommendation with the understanding that we also that we also add attendance at the Congressional Black Caucus. Mr. Metzler, the foundation conference.
Congressional Black Caucus.
Congressional Black Caucus Conference. All right. Also the Transform Growth Conference at VVC and the National League of Mayors Conference. With the understanding that those that are authorized to attend would be Mayor Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Bob Harriman, Councilmember Leslie Irving, and Councilmember Deborah Jones.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Jones?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes, I find these things very informative for me. So that's all I have.
I have nothing. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 27, cancellation of the July 2nd, 2024 regular city council meeting. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Considering workload and considering the July 4th holiday, and yeah, that in and of itself, staff believes it's not necessary to hold that meeting. Certainly the prerogative is of the council to determine, but based upon workload and the holiday and of course vacations that now that school's out, everybody's taking and we want to encourage, we believe it'd be appropriate to authorize a cancellation of the July 2nd meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. Questions from council members? Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item. I motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
There's no
Point of order,
recommendation.
Madam Mayor, there's no recommendation by staff.
Okay. So we just
Move to cancel
move to cancel?
the regular city council meeting for July 2nd, 2024.
Thank you.
So who's making the motion on that one then? Okay.
Second.
Deborah seconded. We ready? Got that? Any comments on the pending motion?
No, ma'am.
None. Madam Clerk, if you could take the vote, please.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve staff's, to our recommendation of canceling the July 2nd meeting. Item 28, discussion and possible action regarding Assembly Bill 3259. Now is Assembly Bill 2443 Carrillo as it relates to transaction and use tax. It was me that brought it to the council, but I would like to pass it to Mr. Metzler so he would be able to explain why the Assembly Bill, everything changed. Mr. Metzler, can you add anything to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. First, let me start by saying that this item is brought forward and in large part as we as staff are trying to identify fiscal opportunities, also with the vision of having fiscal sustainability. We're very much focused on future revenues, new revenue opportunities. And as we've started the conversation with you, identifying still deficiencies that exist in terms of funding, say, for example, infrastructure, we certainly believe something's going to need to be done in the near future in terms of generating additional funds to take on things like roads and storm drain systems and fire stations and police stations. And so one of the things that currently exists in law, similar to how we pursued Measure P, which is a transactions and use tax, there is existing legal framework in California that only allows for a maximum of 2% of sales tax or transactions and use tax to be charged above the baseline Bradley Burns amount. And just to simplify the conversation, when we approved Measure P, which is a 1% transactions and use tax, and not to mention already in existence is the existing Measure I, which is a half-cent sales tax. Combined at the local level, we have already eaten into that 2% cap in the order of 1.5%. So if, for example, and that's a big if because ultimately that has to come back to this council, if the council were to want to consider another measure in the near term, if the council were to do that, you'd only have half a cent available at your discretion to put on a ballot, say, in November. Certainly not advocating that right now. But given, our recent identification of needs on the infrastructure basis, what we believe is necessary, at least to not have the opportunity foregone to where we would be limited given our significant need for infrastructure improvements. I will tell you also what's being contemplated in this bill is not new and is fairly common, especially when you look at a number of LA County cities, for example, that now have sales tax rates in the order of 10.5%. That's how they get to that rate at the local level, is by getting legislative support to increase the cap. And so with that, and the conversation started with our lobbyists. We actually used the Leadership Summit back in April as an opportunity to have conversations about whether or not it would be feasible to try to get included in a bill or have a bill introduced for the direct benefit of Victorville. And we were able to learn of efforts taking place, and that's how we learned of the the Assemblymember Wilson Bill 3259. And up until last week, there was a lot of work being done, not only by our lobbyists in Sacramento, certainly you all, including Mayor Becerra, have been instrumentally involved in working with Assemblymember Carrillo's office to at least get the support to participate in Assemblymember Wilson's bill. The plan was to be into that bill until we learned literally last week, after, of course, the ask to bring 3259 back, that Assemblymember Carrillo chose to gut and amend one of his bills that was floating through the legislature to be specific to our ask, but also, it turns out, perhaps Palmdale and Lancaster, the cities of, had similar interests. And so our legislative desire evolved into what is now Assembly Bill 2443, authored by Carrillo, specifically naming Victorville, Lancaster, Palmdale as being able to increase the cap by an additional 1%. Effectively, they give us an amount of 1.5% if you really wanted all that. But it does not, guarantee, of course, that that's going to, that the local sales tax is going to increase. We would still have to go through the same process that we went through with Measure P, which is we'd have to make the business case here as staff, with you as council. You as council would ultimately have to approve based upon a 4/5 vote to actually put it on a November ballot. So we're far from that, but at least what this does is, as the bill is currently written, is it gives us some flexibility up until, I believe, 2029 is the sunset date on this, to be able to take advantage of that increase in the sales tax cap if you so choose to do it. And so with that, being that we've been included specifically and haven't gotten formal approval as to a formal position as to the council, and per policy manual, formal position is required. That's the reason why we've brought this item back, is to seek your position on this bill, and to the extent that this council supports this bill, then to also authorize the mayor to travel, if necessary, to testify in support of the bill, presuming that's the position you take. So with that, even though the item is authored by your city clerk, certainly I have a lot of information as well. Between the two of us, we can answer any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do questions from the council members. Councilmember Jones?
No, none, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
No, I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And I have none. At this time, I would like to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation or move staff's recommendation.
There's no staff's recommendation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to formally support that this council supports AB 2443 and authorize you, the mayor, to testify in support of this bill in Sacramento if necessary.
I'll second your motion. Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we'll do comments on the pending motion. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez being absent.
We've now taken action to approve the Assembly Bill 2443. Item 29, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll also follow this up with forwarding of the email summarizing these along with the development activity report. But on the code enforcement side of the house, with Independence Day approaching, code compliance would like to encourage residents to attend the 4th of July fireworks show at San Bernardino County Fairgrounds. Of course, that's a great alternative to being able to see a great display as opposed to taking upon the risk of seeing the display in your neighborhood. Of course, we're still in the business of issuing fines. We are active now with our team, actually patrolling the community and issuing citations. Minimum fine is $1,000 if we catch local residents lighting fireworks. So it's that time. And so with that, on the animal control side, we also be hosting several upcoming adoption opportunities. The first one, or the next one I should say, is Saturday, June 22nd from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. For our low-cost vaccination clinic and pet adoption event. We'll also be hosting at the High Desert Farmers Market at VVC on the 27th. I'm sorry, the June 22nd event, that's here at City Hall. And then finally, on the community services side, we've got our concerts in the park. They're starting this Friday. I'll certainly look forward to seeing you out there. I'll be there with family and friends. We've got a kids zone. We've got live entertainment, food vendors. First concert will feature country music, Silver Lining, country music act Silver Lining this Friday. And so that starts at 6 p.m. and we're hosting again at Hook Park. And so with that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Item 30, discuss an impossible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
None.
And I have none. Thank you. Item 31, reports from council members. Let's start with Councilmember Irving.
I don't have anything to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the SBCTA Board of Directors meeting, the SBCTA Mountain Desert Policy Committee. There I was appointed unanimously as chair for the next year. I also attended the Policy Procedures Manual Review Workshop on June 6th. It was productive, certainly. Our council did review the Policy and Procedures Manual with experts, and a key takeaway is how crucial it is for good governance. The workshop highlighted the importance of the, I'll say, PPM for Policy and Procedures Manual, especially with the diverse perspectives and priorities common to city councils. The PPM bridges this gap, ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in our decisions, conduct, and decorum. It's not a replacement for good judgment. It's a tool to empower us and hold each other accountable. This accountability extends to the residents we serve so that in our day-to-day work for them, we demonstrate our commitment to doing the right thing every time. Following our policy and procedure manual builds trust in our leadership. In fact, it was momentous to hear from the experts that our very own policy and procedures manual has been an exceptional model for other cities and that they have many times recommended it as such. That, in my view, is something to be proud of. And of course, happy July 4th to everyone, and so looking forward to our first concert in the park this Friday. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
You're not, am I doing the concert in the park, right? I'm really looking forward to that.
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. It's not a report, but I have a question. Mr. Metzler, do we have any firemen or fire personnel deployed to any of our local fires?
We did, but as of this moment, I believe we're all back in station.
Tell them I said thank you, all of them, for what they do on a day-to-day basis. Thank you. To all our employees, thank you very much. We won't keep you here much longer. Meeting is adjourned. 8:53.